Now 4:30, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Can we have roll call by Dr. Maldonado?
Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. As we know, our students are on summer break, so they're not here tonight. I'll start with Mrs. Smith.
Present.
Mr. Hunt.
Present.
Mrs. Vega. Mrs. Zulu Joel. Mr. Velador.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum. We can begin our meeting. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you. Let's go to item 3, approve the agenda as printed.
So moved.
Second.
We have motion and second. Everybody please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, item 4, focus on student achievement. A, accountability progress report, Palmdale Discovery Center. Mr. Danny Kanga.
Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call up Colleen Sawyer to the podium to deliver the Accountability Progress Report for Palmdale Discovery Center. And if you look to my left, they split a bulletin board over there, but you can see PDC's work that they've done this year. Ms. Sawyer, it's all yours.
Oh, I have to do this. Okay. Good afternoon, Board President Velador, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, Cabinet, and guests in our audience this evening. I, Colleen Sawyer, proud principal, and Irene Orloff, our honor program specialist, are excited to give you a year in review as we celebrate foundational success at PDC and First Steps. First, I'd like to thank any of our staff members in the audience for all their support and help throughout the year and their hard work and dedication. Yeah, you guys too? And we will begin. At Palmdale Discovery, we measure student progress in many ways. We use the SANDY, Student Annual Needs Determination Index, and IEP goal attainment to measure academic and functional skills progress. The SANDY allows us to evaluate growth in core academics and other vital domains such as communication and social skills. We improve every year, but thanks to our hard work of our team and students, we saw a healthy bump in our data this year. Our overall performance increased by 14.4% from spring of 24-25 to this spring. Another way we view progress is our attendance. As you can see here, we have had an increase of approximately 3 percentage points each year for the past 3 school years. We set a goal this year to get another 3%, and we're really looking forward to those results. Hopefully we get them next week. We have many strategies to achieve this goal. Parent outreach is key. We've noticed that if we provide early intervention, when we see the onset of an attendance pattern, we see immediate change in most cases. It takes a certain level of enthusiasm from everybody, but we are ambitious and eager to meet Risky in person. In our 9th year as Capturing Kids Showcase School, we continue to foster a supportive and accountable environment. It's all about the greeting.
Good morning, day. Good morning, day. Wait.
And the launch.
Right. So then alligator. After a walk, crocodile. Bye-bye, butterfly. Ready. Bye.
We also celebrate each other whenever we can. And we're on to our 10th year as a Showcase Capturing Kids Heart School. All of our classrooms focus on academics in addition to IEP goals. In order to help our students access curriculum, we provide our students with applied behavior analysis. This is a strategic model in which every moment of each student's day is carefully prepared and scheduled. Here you see one of our paraeducators, Sam. She's setting up schedules for the next day for the 11 students in their class. They use 3 of these schedules throughout the day, so she will set up 33 schedules in total. This year, we brought back our weekly training, and thank you to the Community Schools Grant for that. It's a hands-on training, and all of the staff members learn components of the ABA strategies together as teams. We are all about transitions at First Steps in Palmdale Discovery Center. We want to see our students go to less restrictive environments. Here you will see some of our higher functioning students in the class in which the student operates using direct instruction in addition to small group instruction. This emulates a mild moderate classroom, which would be their less restrictive move on the special education continuum.
Put it upside down. Good.
You have your answer?
Put it upside down. Good job.
4. Very good, friend.
All right, friends, show me your answers.
Show your answer.
Good.
When we teach language, we have to make it fun and meaningful so that our students continue to want to verbalize their wants and needs.
We're gonna say boo. Close your lips. Boo. Alright, should we try it again? Yes. Scare me. Boo.
We revel over the first signs that a student is going to start using verbal language and using it appropriately. This little one, Sophia, is waiting for her late bus, and she's very aggravated and letting someone know about it on the phone.
I just hit the phone. Hello? He's quiet. Quiet. It's about the school bus. I have to say it's the cricket. Okay, bye.
Vocational skills for our older students is vital. One day our students will be working in the community, and this also benefits their parents because they want to take them out into the community to do the normal things a family does.
We're looking for rice. Yeah? Do you see it? Look. Rice. Find same. Unload the cart, please. Help unload the cart, boys.
We've even set up a mock grocery store, coffee house, and laundromat at our school so that they can practice. Community-based instruction is vital at Palmdale Discovery Center, excuse me. It is aligned with real-world applicability. The students taught here and the skills they learn directly translate to independence and employment opportunities in our students' futures.
Okay. It all starts at First Steps with our assessment team. Our assessment team completed 240 initial assessments this school year. At First Steps, we provide support for children through various programs, all managed from our main office. In addition to the students attending First Steps, we also support approximately 80 students with IEPs through our Head Start program. Currently, there are 160 children enrolled in our mild, moderate, and moderate severe classrooms. Additionally, 24 students participate in speech and language lab weekly. We want to paint you a picture of what it looks like for a student who starts in our First Steps program, all the way through to matriculation from our mild, moderate to severe autism programs. Through individualized support and hands-on learning experiences, we nurture each child's unique strengths, ensuring a strong foundation for future academic success. First Steps is where learning begins. As an entry point for many students with special needs, this program lays the foundation for future success by promoting early development, school readiness, and family involvement. New research shows guided play, more commonly called play-based learning, can have a greater positive effect on the acquisition of skills like math, problem-solving, creativity, and teamwork skills. Play is essential to development because it contributes to the cognitive, physical, social, and emotional well-being of the child. It is so important for our students in preschool to learn how to participate in group learning, communicate their wants and needs, and engage with others. We play a critical role for individuals having special needs within our district from their initial entrance into the district and school experience entirely. Let's provide our youngest students with learning to learn skills so that they can become successful students.
Palmdale Discovery Center and First Steps provide a vital, comprehensive, and continuous educational pathway from the earliest years through preparation for high school and beyond. We go above and beyond, leading the charge and reining in the results. We are ready for the 26-27 school year as we elevate and excel, reaching new heights in learning. Thank you for allowing us to come and share with you today.
Questions, comments?
Thank you.
Just a question. I know we talked about this before, Mrs. Sawyer, but in thinking about equity and the Palmdale Promise, you know, we need to be a little bit more flexible with our attendance percent for your school. So maybe Dr. Campbell and Dr. Howell, we can talk about what would be a realistic, because I want to get risky over there too,
We would love that. That would be
right?
so
Especially you guys wearing the hats.
Yeah, we will.
All right.
Little added touch, right?
I think they should just get a special visit anyway.
Yeah, they should. They should. But let's have Dr. Howell, Donna, and I talk about it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now go to item B, Accountability Progress Report, Innovations Academy. Mr. Danny Kanga.
This time I'd like to call up Mr. DeVille to the podium to deliver the Accountability Progress Report for Innovations. And to my left, you can see their bulletin board. Mr. DeVille, it's all yours.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Board President Velador, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, and Cabinet. I am blessed and thankful. My name is Jason DeVille, and I am blessed and thankful to be the principal of Innovations Academy, where we have fully embraced the PSD theme of reigning in results. But at Innovations Academy, those results are built on an unwavering foundation. Innovations is a family. When you look at our staff, you don't just see educators, you see a team committed to the goal that all students leave ready for success in everything they do. And I would like to invite the members of that family to stand now and be recognized. Please stand up. You can see on screen a picture of the whole family. They're on vacation now, but beautiful family, and they're great staff. Because our students feel safe and seen, they are performing at levels that we have never seen before. Let's take a look at the results that we are reining in. When we talk about reining in results, we mean looking honestly at our gaps and closing them at Innovations Academy. Look at the transformation on the CASP test from 2024 to 2025. In math, we tripled our proficiency from 8 to 25%, slashing our distance from standard in half. In ELA, we saw the same upward momentum, climbing from 19 to 21 to 31% proficiency. We are narrowing gaps and pulling students forward and proving that with the right focus, all students leave ready for success. I'm pretty proud about this next little piece of data. You can see the growth of student groups on the last year's CASP test. Take a look at the student groups making either advanced or exceptional growth, and you will see that Innovations is challenging our students to be ready for success. In ELA, 5 In ELA, 5 student groups made advanced or exceptional growth, and in math, that number rose to 7. You'll only see one group, student group, that actually only made minimal growth at Innovations. No student groups were in red on the CASP at Innovations Academy. So you might be asking yourself, how did they do that? Like, how did they make that happen? Well, I'm so glad you guys asked. Our Miss Godinez, our LST, is here to talk about the great things we're doing to support students.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to take a few minutes to talk to you about our formative data. We don't wait for end-of-year tests. We use tools like Snorkel, CuriePod, and EduProtocols to get instantaneous feedback. This allows the teachers at Innovations Academy to conduct quick, focused reteaching so that no student falls behind. At IA, we utilize several visible learning strategies with an effect size equal to or greater than 0.4 to accelerate student learning. Educators provide daily small group instruction through online intervention sessions, in-person academic and enrichment activities, and after-school tutoring. CASP test prep Fridays are used throughout the year to build both content knowledge and student confidence in navigating a variety of testing tasks. These opportunities engage students through multiple modalities, making learning meaningful for all. Educators also use the PLC model to guide planning, team teaching, and accountability. In addition to meeting weekly on Data Fridays to review assessment results. This ensures testing data is not set aside after submission, but used to drive meaningful discussions that support students in reaching their full potential and preparing them to leave ready for success. And now I'd like to pass it off to the amazing Ms. Palomo to talk about our climate and culture.
Thank you. At our school, we always say we aren't just an institution, we are a family. And because we take care of each other, our students are thriving. This year, we saw a massive 22% point jump in strong student-adult relationships, with 70% of our kids feeling deeply connected to the staff. That family foundation is reigning in incredible results across the board. Academic expectations are up to 74%, and our students' mental health outlook remains remarkably strong, with 75% reporting high life satisfaction. Best of all, 78% of our students know that they are treated with absolute fairness here. Every single metric has outperformed the state average, proving that when a school family stands together, all students leave ready for success. A true school family requires trust, and our parents have spoken. In the latest California School Parent Survey, we reined in a truly flawless result, an incredible, not 98, not 99, 100% of parents agreed or strongly agreed that Innovations Academy treats all students with respect. That deep trust carries over to our dedicated team, with 83% of our parents expressing high confidence that our staff is profoundly invested in their children's well-being and daily success. Furthermore, our virtual family is thriving, with 71% of our parents giving us a perfect 10 out of 10 for remote learning success. Together, alongside our parent partners, we ensure that all students leave ready for success. All right, our students are engaged because they are part of something bigger. That engagement translates to attendance. Our attendance rose from 93.7% in 2024 to 96.73% this year. And because of this, we got the famous risky visit, not once, but 2 years in a row, back to back. And if you look at those pictures, Dr. Maldonado did not do a quick change. Those are back 2 separate years, so on the left and on the right. And we got Clarence in there in our picture. So they were happy with those visits. So because of this, we enjoyed back-to-back risky visits, and we celebrate our students' outstanding attendance. Now I'll hand it back to Mr. DeVille to wrap up our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Palomo. So a thriving school family is built through deep connection and weekly engagement. which is why our students rate us so highly. In fact, that exact culture is why Innovations Academy was named a Capturing Kids' Heart Showcase School 2 years in a row. And I'm happy to say that Innovations Academy is one of the only virtual schools in the nation to have that distinction. Palmdale leads, right? That's in the nation, not in California, that's in the nation. Special thank you to the board for the raised garden beds the district installed for us. Our students are growing crops. Believe it or not, when they come on campus, they're growing all sorts of vegetables. And I cannot wait to try the salsa. I think our cooking class is going to be putting together some salsa, and I cannot wait for that. Before we wrap this up, I must recognize our esports team came in second place in the district this year, so congratulations. This is how we ensure that students are engaged and leave ready for success. Yeah. I got ahead of myself. Sorry. One of the best ways to see our results is through the eyes of our students. This year, our fifth grade students launched the OWL News Network, or ONN. They don't just report the news, they review their own assessment data and take ownership of their learning. We were so successful with it this year that we're expanding it to all grade levels next year. Let's take a look.
Yeah, we on the mic. All News Network, bring the hype. K to 8, yeah, we stay great. A smart news crew, we.
This is the Owls we've been preparing for is finally here. Welcome to episode 8 of the Owls News Network. I'm Laylene. It's testing week. Take a deep breath. You've worked hard all year, and now it's just time to show what you know. I'm Emma.
We have a very special schedule this week to make sure everyone can focus on the CASP. I'm Ariana.
And I'm Janetta. We're helping you clear your schedule so you can stay focused on your scores.
And I'm Abigail. We're here to help you test your limits and soar to known heights.
Testing online is a little different than paper and pencil. Here is our OWL game plan for this week.
Strategy 1. Use the question, passage, question method. Before you read a long story, read the questions first. This gives your brain a map so you know what to look for.
Strategy 2, the pause power. If you get stuck, flag the question, take a quick death stretch, and come back to later with fresh eyes.
Strategy 3, digital tools. Use the highlighters to mark evidence and strike through tool to cross out wrong answers.
Stay curious, stay connected.
And
keep soaring.
Yeah, we on the mic. All News Network.
So I love that kids are at their house. I mean, that's Innovations Academy, right? One of them was in a car. You saw that, right? Like, they're at school wherever they are. It's awesome. So Innovations Academy is proof that when you treat a school like a family, the results follow. Thank you for your continued support in making sure our owls leave ready for success. Are there any questions?
I don't have a question. Just a comment. Thank you for the work that you all do to see a nearly 20% growth in math and nearly 15% growth in English at a virtual school is incredible. So, and that, what was it, 22% in the student-adult relationships. That's great work that you all are doing. So thank you.
I also would like to comment on the successful focus on the CASP. I heard the kids on the newscast talking about it, and you know, always said when you concentrate on doing something, you do it well and beyond, right? So congratulations for that. And then also, just wanted to say, awesome work on getting the kids to school. You don't realize that the kids are there until I show up in a horse and I see a big line of kids waiting to take the picture and the parents. So kudos to everybody. And lastly, I want to thank the staff. We had a situation with Canvas, correct? And you guys did an amazing job in pivoting right away and saying, we've got a solution, we can take care of the kiddos, and you did it very successful. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for everything that you do for our kids.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to item C, Accountability Progress Report, Yellen Learning Center. Mr. Danny Kanga.
At this time, I'd like to call up Dr. Griot to deliver the Accountability Progress Report. And to my right is Yellen's bulletin board.
Go ahead, get started. All right, good afternoon, Board President Velador, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, cabinet members and guests. My name is Dr. Gia Griot, and I am the proud principal for Yellen Learning Center. Today, I would like to share with you the important work that is happening and the impact it is having on our students and our school community. But before I begin, I'd like to take a minute to recognize any members of the Yellen family that are in the audience to please stand and be recognized with a well-deserved round of applause. Thank you all for being here this afternoon. Oh, hello. I have not pulled up my presentation. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, I have it here. Oh, okay. There we go. So there we go. All right. Yellen Learning Center is a very unique program within the Antelope Valley SELPA. Yellen is the only regionalized public school in northern Los Angeles County designed intentionally to serve students with severe emotional and behavioral disorders. Students at Yellen are referred to Yellen not only from the Palmdale School District, but from 8 additional school districts in the region. Students are referred to Yellen from Lancaster, West Side, East Side, Wilsona, Keppel, Acton, Agua Dulce, Gorman Joint, and Lake Hughes, Elizabeth Lakes school districts. Yellen Learning Center serves students in kindergarten through 8th grade. All students have immediate access to intensive, high-quality mental health and counseling services. And at Yellen, 100% of our students are offered free door-to-door transportation daily to get them to and from school safely, and all students are eligible for extended school year services. And those are services that are provided to students with disabilities during extended breaks in the school year, as would occur during the summer. Yellen is a small school, and we provide a highly structured learning environment for students whose needs cannot be adequately supported in the traditional public school setting. Our current enrollment stands at about 74 students. We serve a highly concentrated, vulnerable demographic consisting of 35% foster youth and 98% of socioeconomically disadvantaged youth. All students have an individualized education plan specifying the need for intensive services provided by this program to help them achieve their individual goals, meet grade level standards, and prepare them for success in high school and beyond. Every classroom provides intensive support through a low student-to-staff ratio of 1 special education teacher and 2 paraeducators for every 6 students. Mental health and behavioral health services are woven directly into the academic program, supported daily by 3 ERICS counselors, a therapist from Child and Family Guidance, a school psychologist, and a program specialist, all housed on site to respond to student and staff needs. Presented here is a 3-year comparison of state standardized assessment data. This data presented in the California dashboard reflects that 98% of our students are not meeting grade level standards in language arts, and this data has been consistent for the last 3 years. When reviewing this data as a whole, it is important to consider the unique nature and purpose of our program. This data most certainly reflects the challenges of serving a high-need population where the disability significantly impacts attendance, engagement, self-regulation, and access to instruction. A deeper dive, however, into the data highlights several significant areas of individual student progress and growth, with the most notable achievement occurring in English language arts. An impressive 70% of students improved their English language scores from the prior school year. This growth was consistent across multiple groups, with African American students, foster youth, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students all achieving within the moderate growth category. Foster youth showed a strong academic upward trend, with 81% demonstrating moderate growth, with English language arts scores increasing by 10.7 points. A look at state assessment data in math reflects the very same pattern as seen in English language arts, with 98% of students not meeting grade level standards. This data also reflects a continually challenging population, as students who demonstrate significant progress transition back to their school of residence along with their data, while those experiencing the most difficulty and in need of high academic, behavioral, and mental health interventions remain. While Yellen continues to work towards proficiency standards in this subject area, state assessment data for the 24-25 school year shows that more than half of our students, 54%, improved their individual scores in math compared to the prior year. The subgroup that demonstrated the highest improvement were Hispanic students, with 66.7% of them achieving moderate growth in math. While state standardized assessment results remain an important measure, they should be interpreted alongside other indicators of student success, including reductions in behavioral incidents, improvements in attendance, increased engagement in learning, and growth in socio-emotional and behavioral functioning, which provide a more complete picture of student progress. Let's take a look at Yellen's progress over time in combating chronic absenteeism. As you can see, between the 23-24 school year, there was a decrease by 6% in Yellen's chronic absenteeism rate. Between 2024 and 2025, the absenteeism rate crept back up to 8%. Data available today in Infinite Campus reveals a significant drop in the chronic absenteeism rate, falling below 30% for the 25-26 school year, thanks largely to the valiant effort of our school secretary, Cristina Contreras, who has monitored the data, followed through with independent study documentation, and communicated efficiently with transportation services to quickly route new students, preventing unnecessary absences. Thank you, Christina. This improvement in attendance speaks to students' increased perceptions of safety, stronger staff and peer relationships, and improved teacher capacity to employ trauma-informed practices and implement components of the Capturing Kids' Hearts framework with fidelity. And these assertions are not merely assumptions. They are derived from student, staff, and family survey data regarding Yellen's culture and climate collected throughout the school year. At Yellen, our work is guided by the Palmdale Promise. In support of Promise Goal number 1 of dramatically improving student engagement and achievement, we have embraced project-based learning as a powerful way to make learning meaningful, relevant, and engaging for our students. This year, students have taken their learning beyond the classroom and into the community. Through the Faces of Hope project, students partnered with animal shelters in Palmdale, Lancaster, Barstow, and Santa Clarita to help promote pet adoptions. Students learned about animal welfare, shared adoption narratives, and encouraged community members to consider pet adoption. They also launched a pet food drive and built pet beds to support local shelters and animals in their care. Through project-based learning, students created a podcast entitled Reflect and Connect, where they reflected on their personal growth, discussed what it means to build trusting relationships with others, and shared lessons they have learned about making positive choices. Students designed kindness rocks and stickers to spread messages of encouragement and hope throughout the school and community, examined the dangers of plastic waste on our planet and the role of humans in accelerating or mitigating those dangers, explored career opportunities in the skilled trades. Some examined the popular story of the Three Little Pigs and how it can teach us about transformation and change, and others reflected on the environment and economic impact of the California missions to better understand democracy, religious freedom, and justice in our society. These projects were not separate from academic instruction. They were the vehicle through which students developed skills in reading, writing, research, communication, technology, problem solving, and collaboration. Through meaningful real-world learning experiences, students saw how their work could positively impact others and their community. As a result, project-based learning increased student engagement, strengthened social-emotional skills, and empowered students to see themselves as successful learners capable of making a positive impact on the world around them. This year, Yellen made a deliberate and strategic shift to strengthen parent involvement and family engagement. For students with emotional and behavioral disorders, consistent collaboration between home and school is especially critical. To remove barriers and make support more accessible, we intentionally embedded mental health and community resource fairs into high attendance events, such as Back to School Night, Breakfast with the Superintendent, awards assemblies, and our PBL exhibition, ensuring that families could easily connect with community organizations in a welcoming, familiar setting. And these events drew a record number of participants and marked the highest level of family engagement Yellen has experienced to date, with the hope that they can continue to build on this momentum into the next school year. So I've come to the end of my presentation, and there's still so much more that could be said about the incredible work that is taking place at Yellen. None of these successes would be possible without our extraordinary staff, who serve the region's most vulnerable students with unwavering compassion, dedication, and resilience each and every day. Their commitment to building relationships, providing stability, and creating opportunities for students to grow and succeed truly embody the very best of public education. It has been my privilege to serve Yellen for the past 6 years, and I thank you for this opportunity to share our story and for trusting me to lead this amazing team. And with that, I welcome any questions and comments you may have for me.
Yeah, just a comment. I always enjoy attending your promotion, seeing the incredible work that you guys are doing and how your students are successful. Your keynote coming back, former student, seeing and hearing the great work that he's done is just a testament to what you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say you've done an incredible job at Yellen, and the cabinet and the board absolutely have noticed. Anytime we're on your campus, everybody's so friendly, welcoming, and I just love visiting the classrooms. The last time we were there to see some of the projects, that was incredible. To see the kids role-playing and really guiding the lesson, that was amazing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. It has been my honor, and I can't speak highly enough about the staff at Yellen and the experience that I've had there. The work that we do for our students, they are a very special community. So thank you for your support for Yellen.
And thank you for all you do. Alrighty, we're going to go to item 5, recognition. A, Central Office Leader of the Year recognition for 25-26, Mr. Ryan Beardsley.
All right, so as we invite our superintendent, board president, and Dr. Esquer to the front, I want to let you know that each year a leader from the central office is nominated and selected for recognition of the following qualities: academic achievement for all students, positive school culture, effective management, a personal code of ethics and leadership, larger political, social, economic, and legal issues, and collaboration with families and communities. I'd like to invite Dr. Maria Elena Esquer and Laura Cervantes to the floor to introduce this year's recipient.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Velador, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, and Cabinet. As a former assistant principal working alongside this young lady, it is an honor and a privilege to join our Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, Dr. Skett, in celebrating Señora Salcedo. Señora Salcedo is a leader who sets high standards for herself and her teams while modeling accountability, excellence, and continuous improvement. Through her leadership as our director, she has built a strong coaching system that equips educators with practical strategies that directly impact teaching and learning. She designs professional learning that is engaging, purposeful, and respectful of educators' time. More importantly, she follows through visiting school sites, supporting implementation, and ensuring that learning translates into student results. Señora Salcedo also uses LPAC and student achievement data to guide decisions, improve instruction, and ensure equitable learning outcomes for all learners. Her commitment to excellence has strengthened educators, supported families, and improved outcomes for students across our district. On a personal note, Sonia Salcedo will forever be my boss lady, and although she is much, I only use 2, younger than I am, she has heard on many occasions that when I grow up, I want to be just like her. This speaks volumes to the tremendous respect and admiration and appreciation so many of us in this district have for her. Thank you so much for allowing me to present my former boss lady, and now I have my other boss lady here taking over.
So she too is much younger, much younger than myself. So I can understand well the reasons behind the center. So through that year, I saw all the traits of a highly effective leader, but she didn't quite see that yet in herself. But when we hugged goodbye, I told her she didn't even realize how good she was yet. And I've seen her grow time and time again, year after year since then. And I was really looking forward to watching her grow, and I have. As the Director of Access and Equity in Multilingual Programs, Sonia does not simply fulfill a role, she champions a personal calling. At the heart of her work is a simple and powerful philosophy. She creates a learning environment where a student's heritage is celebrated as a strength, ensuring every child feels safe, seen, and empowered. Her tireless advocacy reaches far beyond English learners to uplift all students. Driven by her own childhood experiences, Sonia's commitment to equity is deeply personal. She fights to ensure that no child ever feels invisible. She elevates English language development into a matter of critical social justice, inspiring educators to see ELD as a vehicle for limitless student opportunity. By focusing on the whole child, she nurtures each student's unique linguistic, cultural, and social-emotional strengths. And by design, she extends this circle of support to the home, transforming cultural celebrations into authentic, year-round representations where families are honored as indispensable partners in their children's success. Sonia doesn't just open doors for our students. She works relentlessly toward being the best leader that she can be so that she can change the entire landscape of our students' futures. Tonight, we honor a leader who ensures that every child's story is not just told, but celebrated. So please join us in honoring our Central Office Leader of the Year. I am so exceptionally honored to serve with her each and every day. I learn so much from her all of the time, every day. Sonia Salcedo.
So I just thought I'd read a little bit what it says here on the plaque. For your dedication, service, loyalty, and leadership commitment, we want to present this plaque to Ms. Sonia Salcedo for the 25-26 Central Office Leader of the Year.
Do I need the microphone? Well, just thank you. I'm very honored, obviously, and mostly I'm grateful to really honestly serve under the original boss lady and just great people along the way and just having a really supportive board. With their support, we can make this happen. So really, I can't do this without my team. I have an amazing team of EL coaches that are out there every day working with students and teachers and really making the work move forward. So I couldn't do it without them. And my classified staff is also just amazing. They're the ones that do everything behind the scenes so that we can move forward, have smooth events and all of that great stuff that happens every day. But it's just exciting to see everything that's happening. And of course, my family, my husband who's always supportive, and my kids, and now my daughters as the family grows. So just thank you to everybody. I really appreciate it, and I'm honored. Muchísimas gracias.
Cheese. Cheese. Risky.
The family.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go into closed session. We'll be back at 6:30. Thank you. back. We are going to report out of closed session. Mr. Ryan Beardsley.
Thank you. On a motion by Mrs. Vega and seconded by Ms. Smith, the Board of Trustees took action to approve the settlement agreement with Palmdale Elementary Teachers Association concerning grievance filed March 13th, 2025. The motion passed unanimously.
Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. On a motion made by Mr. Hunt, seconded by Mrs. Smith, the Board of Trustees took action to accept the settlement agreement between OAH 2026-030030. The motion passed unanimously. On a motion made by Mrs. Vega, seconded by Mr. Hunt, the Board of Trustees took action to accept the settlement agreement between OAH 2026-03000638. The motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. It is now 6:36. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ms. Ulujo, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Your right hand over your heart.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to item 13, items of interest. Mr. Kanga.
Good evening, everyone. Well, it's been a fantastic year. I just want to thank everyone, all the teachers, classified staff, all the management. Promotions at the end of the year were fantastic. The graduation was wonderful. I think one of the highlights of the year was for me, the most meaningful probably was the Black Student Union graduation reception. The words that the students shared about their families and what the families shared about the students was so wonderful. But what Gerald said really struck me very hard, and it was very touching about how we value our students. He calls them children, his children, how we value our students, how we see them, the high expectations that we have for them. And what he stated really cut to the heart of what education is all about. So I want to thank my friend Gerald for that. Have a good year, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Kanga. Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. All that Mr. Kanga just said, plus, because I don't want to repeat all that, but it was really wonderful. I thank the team that presented today, Palmdale Discovery Center, Innovations, and Yellen. Always good presentations. And I just want to take a moment to thank just some individuals. So 2 Saturdays ago, we had our first aviation competition at Sage, and it was a tremendous day. And it brought together students from 10 campuses: Barrel Springs, Cimarron, Ocotillo, Yucca, PLPs, Sage, Joshua Hills, Tamarisk, Summerwind, and Quail Valley. And there was, what I love about this district, there's always a tremendous team behind every event. So I want to I'm going to mention some specific names and some just overall. But starting with Jorge Maldonado, the whole ELOP team, who made a lot of this after-school program possible. Community schools team, Dr. Tillman. Maintenance and grounds, Susie and her team, and it's just really, really wonderful how things just come together. Warehouse, Randy Almonte, his team, Elwin Williams, just went above and beyond. And then we had techs like Daniel Cropper, Kendrick Short, Wesley Hinton, and teachers, Janelle Steinhurst, Scott Zaccano, Heather Lixton, Jill Clifton, Mona Barrios, Freddie Garcia, Gizzy Mercuria, Clasha Gonzalez, and special thanks. This day would not have come together without 3 very special people. Lamar Blackwood, Anthony Campbell, and Matt Winheim did such a tremendous job in just bringing everything together. So I just wanted to thank them and all the students that participated.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Mr. Beardsley.
All right, so as the year comes to a close, it's been busy with promotions, recognitions, fundraisers, elections, celebrations, all that good stuff. I was able to go to Millen's promotions, both of those services, and then finished it off with the PAX graduation. So that was kind of the icing on the cake for the year, for sure, for a lot of us. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of the PSD employees for making this a great year. Without all of you, there is no Palmdale School District. So I'd also like to give a special acknowledgement to our team in Human Resources, including Risk Management and the Personnel Commission, for making 26-27 a success. I couldn't ask for a better team to work with, and you all make it an absolute privilege to come to work every day.
Thank you, Mr. Beardsley. Dr. Ufandu.
Everything they've said, and I would like to add that I was at Milling and PAX graduation. I would like to extend a special thank you to our facilities and maintenance team, especially outside, for making it possible for our students to have the graduation indoors. I mean, when you recall what happened last year, the heat and the sun, it was truly amazing. And the staff at PAX, you did a fantastic job. Thank you, Dr. B. And I would also like to use this opportunity to thank all our teachers, our classified staff, and all our service providers, our consultants, people that provided services to our students this year. And finally, to my fiscal team, it's been a very, very difficult year, but we made it. Thank you for all your services, for keeping the district solvent as we move every year. Thank you again, and have a wonderful summer.
Thank you, Dr. Ufandu. Dr. Scare.
Yes, thank you. So I also got the privilege of going to several promotions. I went to Los Amigos and to Desert Willow, and it's always wonderful to be able to celebrate and recognize our children, as Dr. Luke says. And I also want to congratulate our PAC students and to congratulate Dr. Bono. I think for me, one of the highlight moments of the graduation was not just seeing our students and how proud they were and being in the gym and the beautiful environment that we were, but one of the things that Robert Vargas, who was our keynote speaker, said really resonated. He said, "The harder I've worked, the luckier I've become." And that really, really resonated with me. And I think that's a lesson we can all reflect upon, because I think we're all very lucky to be here and surrounded by all the wonderful people that we get to serve with every day. And we all work very hard. So I think that extends to everybody in the Palmdale School District. And it just really, I think it's just a lesson for us all, and hopefully the students in the audience as well. So thank you, Dr. B, for all that you did for that day and for our kiddos at PAX. And in that fashion as well, I want to just thank all of our teachers and classified, all of our leadership team for another wonderful school year filled with learning, and by that extension, of course, our Ed Services team, because they work really hard. Just in that vein, this week, we have 3 trainings going on. So we have Prime going on with our math at Sage, and so thank you, Dr. Ross, for starting that. And we want to make sure that we have our math, really working on math. So we have our 6th graders and incoming 9th graders working on different math skills with our partnership with our Edwards team. And then we also have our UCLA math project for our 6th through 8th grade math teachers. Again, Dr. Ross, thank you, here at the SDA. And then we also have trainings with our new special education teachers and mentors. They're having a 5-day camp over at Site 18, and they have lots of different options and opportunities throughout these 5 days. So just big thanks to Dr. Bradford and Dr. Cooper and Dr. Musamichi and Mrs. Wilson and Mrs. Torres, who worked really hard to put that week together. And then we also have all of our elementary teachers are working on the math framework and adoption, getting ready for our adoption over at David G. Millen. They're working Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on that piece. And so just a big thanks to all the teachers involved with that. So there's a lot of things going on this week. So summer hasn't started for everybody, but I wish everybody a wonderful summer.
Thank you, Dr. Scare. And lastly, we have Dr. Maldonado.
Usually I don't make the following statement, but today I'm going to say everything they said, I believe in, just so that nobody feels left out, but I can't just take the whole time. I do want to wish everybody a great summer. Hopefully you get some time with your family to relax, to travel, to just be at home. And I believe there's going to be a lot of you watching soccer. It begins this Thursday, right? So enjoy the games. I've had some special requests in some offices, and I said, no, I don't run your office. I run the superintendent's office, but I want to thank my staff, Cindy, who's right over there, Hilda, Zerbano, and Danny, for making this a great school year. Of course, everybody else, staff, classifieds, certificated administrators. In my opinion, we have had an awesome school year, very productive, a lot of great memories. But we're moving on to the next one. So just take a little bit of a break. But I also say that I'm the luckiest educator in not just California or the U.S., everywhere. I have the privilege of managing this wonderful school district with the support of the board. So I want to thank the board for helping us make this the best school district in the entire USA. So thank you. And we will be rooting for the U.S. team, right? USA, right? Senegal, there you go. This morning, I also want to mention that we had a wonderful training from Mr. Harris on how to use AI. I invited the extended cabinet. It was just wonderful, but we have a great plan. So thank you for providing that guidance. And if you're willing and have the time, we will open it up for you. I know Mrs. Vega already took some of the training. I thought it was fantastic, right, Mrs. Vega? How do you like it? You liked it? Yeah, it was great. So anyways, again, kudos to everybody. I'm gonna say something that really resonated with me, and it came from the end of the year breakfast, and actually it came from Mr. Sai. He's hiding over there. But, you know, he's right. We made a commitment like 3 years ago that we would have the gym ready. So it wasn't a year ago when Mr. Hunt and I were kidding about it. It was really 3 years ago, and you know, Al had a lot of pressure, and what I'm going to say is really aligns to our Palmdale promise. But when he was meeting with him and others, and Tom and Hyman, everybody, we're meeting with our stakeholders. We made a commitment. We made a promise, and he highlighted the fact that that promise we had to keep. And so there was a lot of pressure, and usually what he said was, usually when you have a plan, you have a plan B. And right away, the team says, we don't need a plan B. We need to follow through with plan A. And I think a lot of us left with that sentiment that we cannot have a backup. We need to show up and be the best version of ourselves every single day, because nobody else is going to show up but ourselves. So I make the commitment to come back, relax, and ready to go for elevating and excelling this following coming up school year. With that, I'm going to ask Cindy to play a little video about our attendance.
Is that risky?
We made a lot of kids very happy that day. We even got Dr. Campbell on the horse. So I just want to thank all of those folks that were involved, but also to congratulate all the schools. A lot of fun. And with that same energy, we're going to start the next school year. Thank you, board members.
I just want to say, I have to take this second here, Dr. Maldonado. I've never seen anybody go above and beyond the way you do. you always add that little extra. I mean, if everybody's giving 100, you're giving 150. And I want to thank you for that because it does matter. Thank you. All right, we'll go to item 14, recognition. ALCAP Educational Partnership Committee recognition. Dr. Raul Maldonado.
Thank you. At this point, I would like to ask Dr. Sabano to come up to the podium and give us the update on the LCAP. And as you know, she does an amazing job gathering all the data, the surveys, and it's an all year. It starts with breakfast with the superintendent, and that's coming up already.
Okay. I already have the slide deck done, sir. I think I'm the queen of slide decks now. So good evening, Board President Velador, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, Cabinet, and my esteemed colleagues and friends and members of the audience. I'm here to acknowledge the work of this team. Doing the local control and accountability plan for this district is not a feat that can be done on my own. It would be remiss of me to think that this work is done by myself. One person who is not here who should get her own applause is Jamie Mosley, my executive assistant, who is also Mr. Kanga's assistant. She is the wind beneath my wings. So, and she knows the LCAP better than all of us combined. She has worked with all 4 of the LCAP directors for the district. And she is the silent force that makes this go. I have handed out most of the certificates, but these group of people have come together. We've met 3 times over 7 hours over this last year. This team is largely representative of the different educational partners in our district who help inform what our plan looks like. And with their meaningful and insightful feedback and questions, we take that information and ensure that our plan addresses their concerns. We've also presented our plan to many different parent groups in our community, which I will go over in my next 10 minutes. So when I call your name, if you could come to the front to be acknowledged here to my right. Superintendent Maldonado, if you could come down, Mr. Velador, Board President Velador, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Russell Anderson, Tim Barker, Catherine Borquez, Dr. Keisha Burns, Leilani, oh, my apology. We can hold our applause until the end so that everybody can join together. My apology. Leilani Burton, Dr. Donna Campbell, Dr. Ron Cooper, Candace Craven, Carissa Elvington, Dr. Elena Esquer, Yesenia Yuen, Alicia Faithy, Josh Harris, Dan Hopman, Dr. Solange Henriquez, Destiny Humphrey, Lisa Jaleka, Kelly Jensen, Danny Kanga, Paul Kochi, Pablo Leaños, Armando Ledesma, Dr. Gerald Luke, America Magana Juanosto, Dr. Beverly Martin, Kathy Miser, Michael Oak, Melanie Pagliaro, Andrew Ramirez, Carla Reyna, Rosa Rodriguez, Dr. Matt Ross, Sonia Salcedo, Jim Smith, Brian Tanner, Irma Torres, Dr. Francis Ufondu, Dr. Kim Wright. So this team, though we are small here tonight, they are the driving force to ensure that the work that we do to represent how we allocate our funding to support the programs in this wonderful district come to life. So thank you so much.
take more time to walk down there.
Well, thank you. Okay, we'll go to item 15, reports, informational items of discussion. 2024-2027 proposal, local control and accountability plan, LCAP for year 3 for Palmdale School District.
Dr. Zerbano.
Sorry. You're going to see me here tonight a lot, so, okay. Board President Velador, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, Cabinet, and friends and audience members. This evening, I'm going to provide you a brief summary of the LCAP annual update for year 2. I'm trying really hard. My apologies now. Okay, beginning in 2024, school districts are required to present the annual update to the LCAP and the local control funding formula, budget overview for parents. So what I will do, the full slide deck is available for review. It's also in the lobby. What I'm going to do tonight is to highlight the expenditures for 25-26 compared to what we had budgeted, and then also show you what we have budgeted for 26-27. Should there be specific highlights along the way, I will point them out for your attention this evening. So this information is also available on our website. So just as a brief reminder, the LCAP is aligned to the 8 priorities set forth by the local control funding formula as defined by the State Board of Education. The image demonstrates the 3 domains of focus: conditions for learning, which are 1, 2, and 7, pupil outcomes, which are 4 and 8, and engagement, which are 3, 5, and 6. I will now highlight how our various goals align to one or more of these LCAP priorities. So first, I'd like to turn our attention to the budget overview for parents. This is the first section that is reported when the LCAP is posted on the school dashboard. In 2025-26, Palmdale Elementary's LCAP budgeted $73,701,414 for planned actions to increase or improve services for high-needs students. PSD actually spent $72,979,180 for actions to increase or improve services. The difference between the budgeted and actual expenditures of $722,234 can be attributed to the following 3 factors that impacted our ability. 1, the availability of additional funding in the form of LREBG to mitigate learning loss and behavior, and community schools, CCSPP, for family and community engagement. 2, salary fallout from unfilled vacancies in both certificated and classified support. And 3, fallout from contract approval delays caused by a newly implemented procurement system for professional learning vendors, preventing timely delivery of planned services. However, we anticipate the 2026 California dashboard indicators to demonstrate increased and improved services for unduplicated youth regardless. My colleague, Mrs. Jaleka, will be presenting more about the total LCFF funding, but I am obligated to share this graphic with you. The total revenue projected for Palmdale Elementary is $402,592,978, of which $249,759,011 is local control funding formula, LCFF. Of the $249 million that I have just spoken of, $69,302,814 is generated based on the enrollment of high-need students, foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. That is what makes up our supplemental and concentration funds. So here you'll see the proposed budget for 2026-27. The total is just over $69.3 million. We have exhausted carryover from 25-26 in our estimate for the 26-27 budget. Please be reminded, supplemental and concentration funding is directly impacted by prior year ADA. Additional concentration funds have been focused to provide additional staffing, that's what you see in red, that impact services that we can provide to support schools both inside and outside of the classroom. Positions include groundskeepers, instructional aides, additional noon duties, library and media techs, nurses, and custodians. As student enrollment declines, the total number of students who are EL, foster youth, and from low-income families will continue to decrease. As these decrease, the amount of additional funding sources will also in turn decrease. So this slide, which I've traditionally shown you at the end, summarizes much of the metrics that I would be showing you in the first 3 goals. So Director Harris, he's not going to like that I said Director Harris, but Director Harris provided a very comprehensive summary for you in February when we saw more information about the dashboard. So just to highlight very important things, a lot of the work that has been happening, supported by the LCAP cycle, this report, has translated into increased improvement in academics, which we've seen on our dashboard. We've seen that none of our schools qualified for comprehensive support and improvement, CSI. That is a very large accomplishment. All 4 schools exited. Another important change is that 16 of our schools are not in technical assistance. So we know that none of the major student groups are in red for ELA, CASP, and math CASP performance. And we also know that chronic absenteeism, which has traditionally been a concern for our district, more and more of our sites have continued to exit red, which is the lowest category. So we continue to work on supporting our schools with exceptional needs. And you'll see, we'll be talking about equity multiplier again tonight. We have 7 schools that qualify. And our schools continue to work on how we can better support our students by lowering the suspension rate, because it had increased for 11 of our 15 student groups that we monitor. So now what I will do is turn our attention to each individual goal. We have 13 for the 26-27 school year. I will provide a summary of our progress thus far. Please be reminded that not all our metrics are yet available or reportable. I will be sharing an update with you later in the fall. So we'll talk first about goal 1, high levels of academic preparation and college and career readiness. You'll see that we are talking about 2, 4, 7, and 8. With 22 total metrics, or ways to measure progress, we have 13 actions. You will see this slide. The format is the same for all of the summaries. The top in blue is the proposed budget for 26-27, and then the 2 below it in red and yellow are what we had adopted, thanks to your support, Board of Trustees, in June 2025 compared to what we have spent as of last week for our estimated actuals. So here, you will notice that there is a difference of about $4.7 million between what we budgeted and spent this year to what we will be budgeting for next year. That is due to moving positions that had been funded previously through supplemental and concentration that we have now moved to base funding. That includes 16 teachers and 18 instructional aides to support transitional kindergarten, along with the teachers at Innovations Academy. All we did was just change the funding source because we were provided money because transitional kindergarten is now a mandated program. So we are taking advantage of that funding from the state. So I will briefly highlight just some of our data, but we do have a number of metrics which have been reported previously. So we'll go to our summary of actions and for our expenditures for the actions that we had last year. Some of the costs include personnel costs. They account for the vast majority of our spending. Please note that the 4 to 5% on schedule salary increases to all PSD staff members. My apology. There was a tiered scale for the teachers from 0.5% to 6%. Those impact multiple action items through the LCAP. Revised spending amounts are due to final carryover amounts that are determined in November, allowing us to increase funding as needed, as well as salary adjustments. 1.1 and 1.2 saw significant decreases in spending because we prioritized the use of LREBG funding to invest in various professional development initiatives and time to support training on the master schedule and ramp up training on the new math and literacy frameworks. Please remember, LREBG funding is one time and expires in 2028. 1.3 pays for the 12 daily minutes of bank time, where our teachers are able to meet weekly to work collaboratively to support classroom instruction. 1.5 saw an increase as Manzanita and Tumbleweed are increasing in their secondary enrollment as they transition to become K-8 sites for dual enrollment. Dual immersion. 1.7 is technology. They received additional support from LREBG this past year. I will transition to Goal 2. The focus on Goal 2 is to ensure a welcoming, safe, and healthy learning environment. You will see the focus here are for priorities 5 and 6. This supports the major activities of the district that support classroom instruction, ensure that students experience a welcoming, safe, and healthy environment to focus on academic achievement. With 20 reportable metrics to measure progress, we have 15 actions to report. You will see that we spent just under $29.2 million, and next year we've budgeted just over $30.5 million. So again, summary briefly for data. Something to note here, 2.17. Identifying unduplicated students with promise for accelerated learning must continue to increase at the school sites. This will require more professional training, discussion in staff PLCs in Wednesday collaboration days. Recognition of students achieving at high levels do take place here at the board meeting, but identifying students for gate placement may require more discussion in teacher support and through site administrative discussion about identifying students with academic promise. So now we come to the summary of our expenditures. Some of the major expenditures supported by Goal 2 include nurses and health aides, Capturing Kids' Hearts training and support for the counselors and cells, all of our assistant principals, efforts to support attendance and chronic absenteeism, campus security and the school resource officer's contract with LA County Sheriff, culturally responsive practices, the professional development and learning series provided by Dr. Luke, and the transportation of foster youth and homeless students in partnership with LACO. Action 2.8 has been reduced because the Palmdale Promise Interscholastic Sports Program has been moved to ELOP for their funding support. Now we transition to Goal 3, which focuses on our partnership with our families and the community. To ensure effective communication, the goal reviews the home-to-school communication connections and parenting classes. For our unduplicated students, communication between school and family is critical to ensure we are meeting their needs. Our families can support our efforts by letting us know through our surveys if these initiatives are benefiting their students. Something of note, we have seen an increase in the total number of parents who have been responding to our surveys, but we know it remains a challenge that that group is still small. So in our transition to Panorama, we are hoping to develop more succinct surveys with questions that can be applied across our entire system so that our families and our stakeholders do not feel survey fatigue, which we know is a concern. So you'll see here 10 measurable metrics and 8 total actions with a budget for next year of just under $5 million. And it's just a slight budget decrease from what we spent this year, which is about $4.8 million. So I'll go to the summary. So here we have seen increases to the hiring of personnel to support parent involvement, including the backfilling of previously vacant positions that had gone unfilled for a majority of the year until recently. This includes positions for PCLs, or our parent community liaisons, district translators, bilingual typist clerks, and admin clerks. 3.6, which is our foster youth parent support, sits at $0 because the Mental Health Services Department has secured multiple MOUs with various community agencies at the local and state levels to provide these services for our foster youth families at little or no cost to the district. Now we turn to Goal 4. I will not be speaking on this, as this is Mrs. Jaleka, who will be speaking later this evening, but these are the basic services. And so just to provide you a summary, we thank Google Gemini for the generation of this image. I am a very good student and I paid attention to the training, so. But all joking aside, the difference between base funding and supplemental and concentration are rooted in these 4 areas: school facilities and buildings, employee salaries, instructional materials to teach the core academic core, as well as operating costs make up what base funding supports. Mrs. Jaleka will go into more detail this evening. Now we turn to the other half of the LCAP. PSD receives equity multiplier funding to support the schools facing significant challenges associated with high socioeconomic disadvantage and high student mobility. New to this list this year is Desert Rose. However, Sage no longer qualifies this year, but we still list them together because all of these schools also have surplus funding that they must continue to spend. So Sage will remain in the plan until they exhaust their funds, or if they requalify. School districts receiving LCFF are eligible if they meet 2 factors: prior year non-stability rate, which is mobility, greater than 25%, or pupil rates of socioeconomic disadvantage greater than 70%. Each school has written their own plan and given their own analysis, so I will be providing you the summary for each of those schools and what they have focused their spending on. Also, to clarify, thank you to Cabinet for defining the priority of the money being spent towards providing specialized staffing for each of these school sites. So we'll go to Goal 5 is for Innovations Academy. For this particular school, they've focused on students demonstrating growth towards proficiency in ELA, math, and language arts through targeted interventions, small group instruction, and grounded instructional practices. They pay for an extra literacy coach, and, sorry, that's not correct. They pay for a literacy coach to support their site. They do have a number of metrics, but we'll go to their expenditures. Much of the additional funding has been directed towards programs that enhance the experience of our students, both online when they learn virtually, and then in person when they come to join us on campus. And you heard about their wonderful progress earlier tonight, so we are grateful to both our former principal, Garcia, and now our current principal, DeVille, and their team. We turn to Goal 6 for Oak Tree. They have 3 measurable metrics with 5 actions. Last year, they had 1 action, which was to pay for their PE teacher at 100%. And you'll see that their budget is just over $100,000 for the next year, and that is fully dependent on the enrollment that they have at their site. Oak Tree has all new actions in order to support their school program. The large majority will go to providing for the basic needs that the scholars of Oak Tree do not readily have access to compared to their peers at their school, at other schools. The experiences that they are provided here give them the chance to build rebuild, and remake themselves in a safe, affirming, and structured environment. Staff also require additional training to help meet the unique challenges of the scholars who are placed at this site. Goal 7 is for Palm Tree with 10 measurable metrics and 6 actions. Their budget for next year is just over $303,000. The only action that is different for them is that they requested and were approved for an additional noon duty. So you will see here in some of the places there's data that's not provided because at this time it's not reportable, but I will provide you an update once we receive more data by the next time I present this information to you. So here you'll see that the majority of their budget was not expended because they were relying on vendors that they could not secure contracts for due to our procurement process, which was rather lengthy. So they were able to focus more towards ELA support rather than math. SAGE is goal 8. You will see their budget for next year is just what remains from what they did not expend this year. Again, they do not qualify any longer, so they are just maintaining the same measurable metrics, and they have 15 actions. The bulk of SAGE's actions and expenditures are focused around these areas. 1, improving academic performance in a safe, affirming, conducive learning environment. 2, providing intensive supports to those students who face the most significant barriers to learning successfully with their grade level peers, which is the co-pilot program that you've heard about extensively this year. And 3, providing awareness of and exposure to hands-on learning experiences directly tied to space, aeronautics, and aviation. Yellen is goal 9. You'll see they have budgeted for next year $131,640 with 8 reportable metrics and 5 actions. They have also made adjustments to their plan. In summary, though the school has limited equity multiplier funding available, it has focused on providing additional staff professional development to strengthen classroom instruction, especially on teacher clarity, trauma-informed practices, reading comprehension, and literacy. Now we go to goal 10, which is Yucca. You'll see their budget for next year is $691,040. The large number that you see is directly correlated to their higher enrollment. With 7 measurable metrics and 22 actions. To summarize, Yucca's actions are largely centered around 3 major areas: building school culture and belonging, providing students with exposure and access to enriching co-curricular and extracurricular activities before, during, and after school to spark curiosity for learning, and 3, developing and expanding the expertise of staff both inside and outside of the classroom to strengthen the school in all domains: academic instruction, social emotional support, safety and security, and welcoming the community. Goal 11 is Tamarisk. We have 2 more. So Tamarisk, you'll see, is budgeted for $855,000 for next year. Forgive me for my phone ringing. Tamarisk continues its work to provide the systems and structures necessary to be a learning organization, not just for students, but for its staff too. The majority of actions and related expenditures are centered on providing personnel who are present to provide a positive adult presence on the campus for the young students being served and educated. These adults work together and are trained by administration in collaboration with expert consultants to strengthen academic first instruction, their positive interactions with each other and with their students. They also strive to enrich the students' experiences with co-curricular learning extensions through field trips. Now, goal 12 is Desert Rose. They are new to the plan. They have $585,385 available for them next year. Because they are a new school qualifying, They do not have any changes from last year, so that's why you do not see the 2 boxes at the bottom. 6 measurable metrics and 10 actions. Desert Rose will be focused on better understanding how to sustain the work they have already undertaken to strengthen their school culture and belonging. With the addition of key personnel to support the families of students who struggle to come and stay at school, along with providing more time for staff to collaborate together on the strategies necessary to improve the learning experience for those student groups who are underperforming compared to their peers at school, the school hopes to see continued improvement from its student groups in the coming year. So now we turn to Goal 13, which is Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. We are in the second to last year of our reportable time period. This was a 5-year grant that was provided back in 2021. So Goal 13 is not paid from LCAP supplemental and concentration funds. This money, originally awarded in 2021-22, was provided to mitigate gaps in learning seen in students as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Beginning 24, it is required to report how the district has planned to expend its remaining available funds through the 27-28 school year. It is expected that we will receive 1 more allocation in this coming budget. So we will have received a total of over $30 million to the district to mitigate learning loss, with 3 measurable metrics rooted in ELA and math performance on the CASP and chronic absenteeism rates. You'll see that our proposed budget is $11.8 million. Last year, we had budgeted 11.2, but only spent just under 7.5. The difference is due to the difficult new process for procurement in order to secure vendors that provide professional learning services. We all learned a lot of lessons, and we do want to thank Mr. Sai and Mr. Almonte for helping all of us work through the RFP process. So that's all of us in special ed and student services and ed services together. So to summarize, as shared earlier with you when we spoke about Goal 1, many of the actions taken in Goal 13 are centered around the year-round intensive professional learning necessary to support instruction of the academic core: English, mathematics, science, and social studies. This includes the upcoming mathematics instructional material adoption, support of teachers newer to the profession, along with providing tutoring support for student groups experiencing persistent barriers to academic success, including African Americans, students with disabilities, foster youth, and English learners are included. We also see a commitment to providing increased hands-on opportunities outside of the classroom setting to enrich the learning experience through field trips and other activities that take place outside of the school day or the year, like the Prime Math Readiness Program. Specialized personnel in the form of instructional coaches to support MTSS, ELD, literacy, and teacher support are crucial positions that help strengthen our teacher support base. Finally, ongoing development of the dual immersion program is supported through this grant. We are grateful to the state for this support, but we will be working on a sustainability plan to determine how some of these efforts, which we know will need to be ongoing, can be supported once this substantial grant is exhausted in 2028. And this is just a very brief summary of the 12 actions that we removed from last year to this year. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Comments, questions? Thank you, Dr. Zurbano.
Thank you.
No problem.
Do you need some water?
I'll be back.
All right, we've got item B, 2025-2026 proposal, local control and accountability plan for the Palmdale Academy Charter School. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you. At this point, I would like to ask Dr. B to come up to the podium. And first of all, congratulations on graduating 100% of all of our seniors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, President Mr. Velador, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, cabinet, and guests. My name is Dr. Kathia Buono, the proud principal of Palmdale Academy Charter School, home of the Jaguars. Tonight, I will provide an overview of the Palmdale Academy Charter School Local Control and Accountability Plan update for the 26-27 school year. This presentation highlights our progress towards the goals established in our current 3-year LCAP, reflects on key outcomes from this year, and outlines revisions and next steps as we continue improving outcomes for all students. This LCAP represents year 2 of our current 3-year plan. Because we're in the middle of the cycle, you will not see major revisions to our goals. Instead, this update focuses on analyzing implementation, reviewing effectiveness, updating metrics with the most current available data, and making adjustments where necessary. As required by the state, the LCAP and budget are developed together and approved simultaneously. Therefore, some action expenditures have been adjusted to reflect actual costs and current priorities. Since our February mid-year report, we have received additional student achievement data that help us evaluate progress. NWEA reading results show students performing near or above the national average across grade levels, with particularly strong performance in 10th grade. Math continues to be an area of focus, with students performing below the national average in most grade levels. We are encouraged by improvements in A through G completion rates and English learner reclassification rates. Our college-going culture remains strong, with 90% of graduates earning acceptance to a 2-year or 4-year institution. One area requiring continued attention is reducing D and F grades, particularly among our upperclassmen. Attendance continues to improve. Our chronic absenteeism rate decreased to 18%, while average daily attendance increased to 93%. We maintained 100% appropriately assigned teachers and 100% access to standards-aligned instructional materials. In addition, our facilities continue to be rated in good repair, ensuring students learn in a safe and supportive environment. The California Healthy Kids Survey provides valuable feedback regarding school climate and connectedness. We are pleased that 91% of parents report feeling PACS is a safe place for their child, and 84% believe their student feels connected to the school. Student responses indicate strong perceptions of safety, particularly among our 11th graders. While connectedness results are positive, they also highlight an opportunity for continued growth, especially among our younger students. As a school built on relationships, belonging, and student voice, increasing connectedness remains a priority moving forward. As part of the LCAP process, schools must identify student groups that are performing in the red performance level on the California dashboard. At PACS, our English learners remain in the red performance band in 3 areas: mathematics, English language arts, and English learner progress. While we have seen growth in reclassification rates, these results indicate additional support is necessary to accelerate achievement and language acquisition. To address these identified needs, we will continue and strengthen several targeted supports. These include Rosetta Stone, EL Bootcamp, targeted tutoring in ELA and mathematics, and a stronger use of student data through Panorama. We will also increase professional development focused on integrated English language development strategies to ensure language support across all content areas. These actions are intended to improve both academic outcomes and language proficiency for our English learners. As we reviewed our data and educational partner feedback, several priorities emerged. For the 26-27 school year, we will continue to increase mathematic achievement, reduce chronic absenteeism, reduce DNF rates, and strengthen our multi-tier systems of support. These priorities remain closely aligned to both student needs and an overall mission of preparing every Jaguar for success after graduation. The development of our LCAP includes meaningful consultation with educational partners. This year, we gathered input from students, parents, staff, ELAC, school side council, the African American Advisory Council, and administration. Several common themes emerged. Families requested additional support related to college readiness, financial aid, and helping students navigate high school successfully. Staff emphasized the importance of strengthening school culture, expanding career readiness opportunities, and continuing professional development focus on instructional practices. Their feedback directly informed revisions to the plan. Overall implementation of Goal 1 was successful. We expanded advisory supports, credit recovery opportunities, and continued growth of our career technical education pathways. Areas identified for improvement include strengthening Tier 2 interventions, improving support for English learners, and increasing staff capacity to effectively utilize NWEA data. For next year, we're placing additional emphasis on structured PLCs, MTSS systems, targeted tutoring, and professional learning around assessment and data use. All actions associated with Goal 2 were implemented as planned. Attendance initiatives, expanded counseling supports, and restorative practices continue to positively impact students. Having a grade level counseling model has allowed for increased monitoring of student progress, expanded dual enrollment opportunities, and greater intervention for students at risk academically. While attendance improved, we recognize the need to increase consistency and accountability within our attendance intervention processes. Family engagement continues to be a strength at PACS. Parent workshops were well attended throughout the year, and Healthy Kids Survey results indicate strong family confidence in the school. Parents remain actively involved through EGLAC, School Site Council, the African American Advisory Council, and various school events and committees. No significant changes are proposed for this goal as current strategies continue to demonstrate effectiveness. Goal 4 focuses on ensuring students have access to the basic resources necessary for learning to take place in a safe learning environment. All actions were implemented successfully. Students had access to standards aligned materials, appropriately credentialed teachers, and facilities maintained in good repair. Although some expenses were shifted to one-time funding sources, the overall goal was fully implemented and remains effective. The Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant provides one-time funding through June 2028. These funds are intended to support academic recovery and student well-being following the impacts of the pandemic. State requirements mandate that these expenditures be integrated into the LCAP and updated annually. The next slide outlines how PACS plans to utilize these funds to support student outcomes. PACS will use learning recovery funds to support several key initiatives. These include additional tutoring and academic support for students earning D and F grades, continued implementation of Yonder pouches to promote focus and safety, expand AP support opportunities, math intervention programs, staff training around assessment literacy and data analysis, after-school clubs and activities designed to increase student connectedness. Importantly, these investments align directly with our existing LCAP goals and identified student needs. In closing, I would like to thank our students, families, staff, education partners, and district leadership for their ongoing support of Palmdale Academy Charter School. While we are proud of the progress reflected in this report, we recognize there is still important work ahead, particularly in mathematic achievement, English learner outcomes, attendance, and connectedness. We remain committed to continuous improvement and ensuring every Jaguar graduates prepared for college, career, and life. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now go to item C, 2026, 2027. Oh, I just did that one, I'm sorry. No, right? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. 2026, 2027 proposed budget report for Palmdale School District. Dr. Francis Ufandu.
Thank you. I would like to invite Lisa Jalika, our fiscal administrator.
Good evening, Board President Velador, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, Cabinet. I'm Lisa Jaleka, the Fiscal Services Administrator. Tonight, I'm pleased to present the Palmdale School District's proposed budget for the fiscal year 26-27. This budget represents months of planning, analyzing state data, and aligning our fiscal resources to best serve our students, staff, and community. The presentation tonight will walk you through the Governor's May revision, our current revenue and expenditures, projections, as well as our multi-year projection to ensure long-term fiscal stability. As always, our budgetary decisions are framed by the Palmdale Promise. Every dollar we allocate is a reflection of our commitment to launching a lifetime of learning for our students. Our goal tonight is to demonstrate how this proposed budget structurally supports those educational priorities while keeping the district on a solid, transparent, and legally compliant financial path. Let's look at some of the key factors, key items of the governor's May revision. The governor's May revise, sorry, that's kind of the slang term, brings some welcome adjustments compared to the January. Prop 98 funding for K-12 grew to $127.1 billion for the upcoming year, which is about $1.6 billion more than initially proposed in January. The statutory COLA has ticked upward from January's proposed 2.41% to a proposed 2.87%. This COLA will also apply to our LCFF equity multiplier funds, special education, child nutrition, and the mandated block grant. On top of that, the governor introduced a 1.44% discretionary COLA to help districts manage rising costs, declining enrollment, and fund a new mandate requiring up to 14 weeks of fully paid pregnancy disability leave. Other notable state highlights include an increase to the special education base rate to $1,340 per ADA and a one-time $2.2 billion student support and professional development discretionary block grant. The state is maintaining the settle-up delay for the 25-26 minimum guarantee, and they are repaying the amounts owed from the previous cuts to the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. Furthermore, because the state is not requiring a withdrawal from the Public Support School System Stabilization Account, the 10% local reserve cap will be triggered for 26-27. We're also seeing minor boosts to our universal meals, as well as an additional $100 million round of kitchen infrastructure and training grants. Now let's pivot to our local realities, starting with our primary funding driver, attendance. For 26-27, we're projecting an enrollment decrease of 315 students. Our projected attendance yield is at 92.18%. To buffer the fiscal shock of declining enrollment, our funded ADA for this coming year is calculated utilizing the average ADA for the 3 prior years, which gives us a vital stabilizing mechanism. Here you see how the ADA drives our local control funding formula, or our LCFF entitlement. By multiplying our funded ADA against the base grant, grade span adjustments, and our supplemental and concentration allocations, then adding our TIG grant, our home to school transportation reimbursements, and universal TK add-ons, we arrive at our total projected 26-27 LCFF revenues, which is just shy of $250 million. Looking at our unrestricted general fund revenues, we anticipate an increase of roughly $7.47 million in LCF revenues, largely thanks to the combined statutory and discretionary COLAs. However, this is partially offset by a drop in our other state revenues, as we project fewer home-to-school transportation expenses that are eligible for the 60% state reimbursement, and a $2.41 million decrease in local revenues due to lower projected miscellaneous revenues as well as interest earnings. On the unrestricted general fund expenditure side, salaries and benefits are increasing overall. This is driven by our step and column advancements, as well as funding adjustments made to several positions. Dr. Zurbano mentioned some of those that are from the additional concentration grant, and there were also some that were utilized to look at those that are generating revenues in the LEA Medi-Cal billing option program. Our annual health and welfare cap is also increasing. Included here as well is a $1.35 million projected expenditures. That might be the cost to the unrestricted general fund of the cost of the new paid pregnancy disability leave. Although the cost is very much an estimate at this time due to the uncertain nature of the new requirement. Our books and supplies and services operating costs are projecting to increase primarily due to the adoption of the math textbook. Our rising utility and insurance costs, as well as legal fees, in addition to our higher transportation costs with the cost of fuel these days. Our expenses associated with the upcoming November 2026 election are also budgeted here. This slide shows our general fund contributions to our restricted programs. Contributions of our supplemental and concentration grant are increasing, directly tied to the LCFF COLA increase. Conversely, our required contribution to special education is actually decreased slightly thanks to the proposed state decision to boost the per ADA special education base rate. Meanwhile, our routine restricted maintenance account, or our RRMA contributions, have increased proportionately to meet the required 3% of our overall general fund expenditures. Here's a visual breakdown of our combined general fund revenues, both restricted and unrestricted. As you can see, our LCFF remains our largest revenue source at 62% of our total revenues. Our other state revenues increased significantly with the one-time student support and professional development discretionary block grant. On the expenditure side, personnel remains our biggest investment. Certificated salaries sit at 29%, classified salaries at 14%, with benefits at 25%, meaning that 68% of our total budget goes directly into staff serving our students. Operating expenditures take up about 18%, while our books, supplies, and capital outlay comprise the remainder. I'm pleased to report that the district is fully expected to meet the minimum 3% reserve for economic uncertainties. In terms of our local commitments, our $14 million commitment for the math textbook adoption will be fully expended in the 26-27 year. To plan ahead, we're creating a new commitment of $9 million for an upcoming English language arts textbook adoption that has a targeted expenditure date in 28-29, alongside with a $9.8 million commitment specifically set aside to offset the ongoing impacts of declining enrollment, as well as a $9.176 commitment to increase our reserve for economic uncertainty. Here are the projected ending fund balances of the restricted programs after the budget year 26-27. As always, we'll now look at our multi-year projections for the general fund, covering this budget year and the 2 subsequent out years. Shown here are the factors that were used in the multi-year projections. You see the statutory COLA increasing slightly for 27-28, but then decreasing for 28-29, and the CalPERS contribution rate increasing slightly for 27-28, and then going back down for 28-29. As you've heard, declining enrollment exists throughout the state, and Palmdale School District is not immune to this. You can see from the historical trends on the bar graph that we project our enrollment will decrease from the 16,721 projected in 26-27 down to 16,021 students for 27-28, and further down to 15,771 students for 28-29. Our ADA figures drop correspondingly, so staying disciplined with our focus on attendance while attracting students to the Palmdale School District with our exemplary programs is vital. This slide shows our multi-year projection in the unrestricted general fund excuse me, for the proposed budget year and 2 out years. Our LCFF revenues increase slightly due to the COLA, and our local revenues decrease as we're spending down our reserves, and we will also have less interest earnings. You can see here in the books and supplies expenditure line, or excuse me, books and supplies expenditure line, yes, that $17.5 million in 26-27. That includes the math textbook adoption. Then it goes down to $3.6 million for 27-28, and then goes back up in 28-29, where we are projecting the English language arts textbook adoption. We're projecting to utilize $9 million of the unrestricted general fund for that textbook adoption, with the remainder part of the adoption being funded with the student support professional development discretionary block grant that we are hopefully receiving this year in 26-27 with the enacted state budget. Here we have our projected contributions for the new budget year as well as the out years. Our total contributions to the restricted resources scale up from $121.8 million in 26-27 to $125.2 million in 27-28, and up to $128.9 million by 2029. While our supplemental and concentration grant contributions see an upward adjustment due to the projected out-year COLAs of 3.30% and 3.09% respectively, our RRMA contributions scale dynamically alongside our total expenditures. This, excuse me, this slide shows the components of our ending fund balance for our unrestricted general fund. As I said earlier, there is a cap on the district's local reserves for the 26-27 budget year of 10%. This requires for our non-committed to not exceed 10% of our total general fund expenditures. With that, then, we will be looking for the board to have a commitment for our 28-29 English language arts textbook adoption, a commitment to increase our reserve for economic uncertainties over the 3 years. That will increase our reserve from the minimum 3% in 25-26. We're increasing that to 1 additional percentage point. So in 26-27, it would be 2 additional percentage points to have a 5% reserve, a 6% reserve for 27-28, and not quite a 7% reserve in 28-29. Also, we're looking for a commitment to offset the impact of our declining enrollment, allowing us to make decisions on modifications to the exemplary programs that the Palmdale School District offers, with having as little impact to the great personnel within the Palmdale School District that provide for our students. We do have a reserve for our future year deficit spending. The 3rd year out does not show an amount. That is due to the fact that we do not have a 4th year in our multi-year projection. But we are on a trend of deficit spending, and so to see that we are just going to have a minimum reserve of 3% plus the additional almost 4% leaves us an unassigned ending fund balance of 0 in our 3rd year out. Oops. This slide details the revenues and expenditures proposed in Fund 9, which is for our Palmdale Academy Charter School for 26-27, broken out by our unrestricted and restricted. PAX is operating with fiscal independence. At the end of the 26-27 fiscal year, PAX has an ending fund balance of just over $500,000 of unrestricted funds and $781,000 of restricted funds, bringing the total ending fund balance 4 packs to $1.3 million. This slide summarizes all of our other district funds, including our cafeteria fund, which is where our entire child nutrition department operates out of and provides the number of meals. I can't even remember, was it 4 million meals? It seemed like a lot of meals that were provided to our students. Also included here are the building fund and our capital facilities funds, which is where a lot of the construction goes on. All of these funds are projected to end with an ending fund balance greater than 0 at the end of 26-27, where we are operating within the legal parameters for the school district. In closing, as we look forward to the final state-enacted budget, our focus remains clear: maximizing our one-time grants, aggressively working to increase our student enrollment and attendance yield, and carefully spending down our carryover to directly benefit the students in our classrooms. This budget keeps the Palmdale School Districts fiscally solvent while keeping the promises we made to our community. Thank you for your time and leadership, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to item D, Palmdale Academy Charter School Material Revision Update. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you. At this point, I would like to call back to the podium Dr. Zurbano to give us the material revision update for PACS. Welcome back.
I know you all missed me. I know that there are esteemed members on the dais that are timing me, so I'll be very succinct. Once again, Board President Velador, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Maldonado, Cabinet, and members of the audience, I am very happy to take my hat off for LCAP and put my hat on for charter school oversight. Tonight I am presenting to you a very brief summary of the material revision that was presented from the administration of our locally funded charter school, or what we call dependent, Palmdale Academy Charter School. So thank you very much to Dr. Bono for, among all the other things that she is doing to ensure that our high school students are ready for life once they leave, that she produced this material revision. Just to clarify our timeline, the reason why you are seeing this material revision separately of the charter petition, the charter school, their charter will expire next year, June 30th, 2027. They wanted to make changes to their petition, and we felt that it would be better to keep them separate so that when they bring the petition to you in August, they will already have all the revisions separated. So they submitted their petition to us April 21st, and so that's why tonight we are presenting our review. And thank you also to Dr. Ross for his continued guidance and support of the charter school in his role as CNI Director for Secondary Schools. So as an executive summary, the scope of the revision, we completed a thorough analysis of the requested material revision from the charter school. So this was also brought to District Council for consultation to ensure that we meet our legal requirements for the petition. The proposal impacts two specific charter elements. Remember that the charter petition has a number of elements. There are 18 total. So the elements impacted by this revision are element 1, which is just the definition of the educational school program, and then element 8, which are admissions requirements. So in summary, there are 16 specific proposed recommendations and changes that the school brought to our review. And 14 of them we are recommending to you tonight to accept without modification. but there are two that we would like to accept with certain modifications, which I will go over in detail. And there was information provided to you in my executive summary of the same information previously. So this particular, so I'm going to present element 1 first. So you'll see here summarized, there are the elements and then what the topic is. So just as an overall throughout the document, the school ensured that the names have been changed to Palmdale Academy Charter School, or PACS, rather than how it used to be called Palmdale Academy or the Academy. So that was refined through the rest of the revisions. I originally made that last revision in April 2024. So there's long-term independent study. The school will continue to explore launching this program with the intent to launch in 27-28. So the language has been refined to reflect that continued exploration. References to K through 8 in the GATE program description is also being proposed to be removed. We have references to K-8 in ELD and the digital platform name to be removed from the section in graduation requirements. And then the definition of the special education program, what does the co-teaching pair look like, is being specifically defined as a general ed teacher and a resource specialist program teacher. Also, any elementary specific RSP program descriptions are also being removed in this proposal. Lastly, definitions to describe Associated Student Body, or ASB, include the job description for the ASB bookkeeper, which is now, thank you to your support for allowing for that to be approved, and now is filled at the site. Also, the school intends to explore the establishment of a foundation in lieu of what was originally proposed 2 years ago to create a booster organization. So any language that referred to booster organizations, the way that they would be funded, the way that they were given power is being removed in this proposal. So all of these, in summary, are we recommend that you consider approving these as written. Now, the request to modify the grade expansion plan is where we would like to propose a modification. The original proposal proposed removing reference to the middle school levels and the elementary school levels in its entirety to make the school only be 9 through 12 in its scope. We are asking for a modification because the original charter, as it was proposed, was to agree that the school would provide the grade span that also coincides with the grade span that the governing board also oversees. So because we oversee TK through 8, the school that we authorize in its charter must also contain TK through 8. Now, the proposed recommendation that we are offering is that although we asked to leave the scope of TK through 12 for the grade span, we just ask that the consideration to expand to TK through 12 be in review, and that when the school is ready to consider continued expansion, that they bring it back to you for review as another material revision. So how that would look is this chart. So what they had proposed was removing the bottom 2 lines that you see in red. What we're asking is just to place a to be determined until the school has conducted needs assessments as well as capacity assessments. When they have conducted that, then they would bring back to you a proposed material revision describing the grade expansion. So any place that the school removed references to the elementary level and the middle school level would then have to be reintroduced should they want a grade expansion plan to be introduced. Okay? So you'll see the note at the bottom. In conferring with council, we agreed that the language would just need to indicate that it's to be determined. So not putting a timeline there is sufficient for the description of the grade expansion. Now we turn to element 8, which is describing the admissions requirements. So these 6 that I've listed here, I share with you what the proposed changes are in terms of the language for admissions. In 3 different places, the school chooses to define more clearly what the word capacity means. So this would indicate capacity through facilities, the grade levels, and program constraints and caps. So that language is more consistently defined throughout this section, element 8. They also refine language about the admissions process overall, including the application itself, the time of year when the lottery takes place, how they create the wait list, what registration looks like, and reference to relevant ed code, which would be 47605. The notification process clarifies the methods by which the school will notify families of their decision, and removes the sole use of the notification letter. So now they're including email, telephone call, a notification that could be written via email. We also talk about exemptions to the lottery. Remember that a charter school can provide and define different levels of exemptions. One that will be added is if there are any special circumstances, enrollment considerations that are authorized by the superintendent prior to the start of the lottery window. We also have refined the registration process and the timeline to complete the registration process and any consequences for failing to complete registration given the timeline that's provided by the school site. Lastly, applicants who have disabilities, the language was clarified to ensure that there is a non-discrimination clause that is provided that is in line with Ed Code 47605, and that has been defined, but that specific reference has been added by the school. There is also a description of the process for placement based on the IEP, and that the IEP team determines placement for the student, and then a procedure for if the IEP defines services that are not offered by the school. So those have been more clearly identified, and council as well as staff recommend that you consider accepting them as written. The piece that we're asking for slight modification is the waitlist notification. The school proposed that when a family receives notification that their child has been offered a seat and come off the wait list, that the family has 3 days to notify the school whether they accept or decline the seat. So we would like the modification because we feel that flexibility needs to be built in, not just for the family, but for the school. That's a very tight timeline, and the school had also defined multiple attempts to reach the family to ensure that they know that a seat's available. If they're trying to reach the family 2 more times and the family only has 3 days to be able to respond back, that's a lot of back and forth, and we felt that the school needed more flexibility to be able to reach everybody timely. So what they originally wrote was 3 days. What we're asking for is to change the language, which you'll see in red, is to be limited in scope, the time in which the family should respond, but not to exceed 5 days. So 2 extra days, but it gives a little bit of breathing room for everyone involved. Okay? So again, in short, we recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the material revisions submitted on the 21st of April, incorporating the 2 adjustments that I shared with you tonight about the grade expansion plan and the admissions requirements. Do you have any questions?
Comments?
I just have a clarification.
Yes, sir.
So the board understands before there's any expansions, it would come back to you to review, because at this point, we have to do a lot before that happens.
Yes,
And
sir.
so that's clear in the material revision. The other thing that's coming, and I think you all know this, is the wait list is getting larger and larger, which is a good problem to have. In fact, I already got several calls, and I keep saying there is a process, so parents have to go through that process, but we can't wait, a whole month, because we have other kids in the waiting list. Dr. Bono, what is the enrollment in ninth grade? Do you remember right now? 345. So the goal is to fill it up to 1,200 and still keep it manageable. So you saw the difference where we can get to meet the kids and stuff. So that's our capacity. Thank you.
And this policy reflects the hard work that Dr. Bono and her team have put in, and they've been very creative about how to reach out to their families, but they just want to solidify their processes through their charter petition. So, thank you very much. You will have this brought back to you in 2 weeks for your final decision.
Thank you, Dr. Sermano.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to item E, first reading of revision to Board Policy 2110, Superintendent Responsibilities and Duties. Dr. Maldonado.
Okay, I gave you a summary, board members. I'm not going to try to read every item because I know my colleagues over here might want to time me. I'll be quick. The first one is something that we have actually been involved, and that is to expand the board's philosophical statement, and that it also requires that the superintendent take the training like we have, the ethics training, and that is every 2 years. So that's the first one. Let's go on to the second one. Board President.
First reading revision to Board Policy 7110.
And this is one that I feel really good about, the fact that we have had a facilities master plan for quite some time now, right, Al? So it just clarifies that a long-range planning is essential to carry out the district's vision, mission, and goals. So this is a new law that adopts the policy plans and specifications, but we're in good standing.
All right, item G, first reading revision to Board Policy 9200.
Okay, this one is limits of the board members' authority. And again, I have to say that we all have been complying with this. This all came about because of some of the issues during the pandemic. I mean, I would read the whole thing, but I think you see it there. It's governance standards, authority limitations, communications, and then school visits. And so far, you have all been very supportive when you visit schools, and I don't intend to change any of it. So if there's any questions, please, you can shoot them my way.
Thank you. Item H, first reading revision to Board Policy 9250.
Okay, and this is one that we have been involved with, and this is the individual monthly stipend amounts that you've indicated that you were good with. And so this also has already happened. And again, the exhibit is to have the resolution, which we have had, and it involves new law AB 1390 that we have been able to pass the resolution. So again, if there's any questions, please let me know.
Item I, first reading revision to Board Policy 9320.
And this one defines open versus closed session, including remote electronic gatherings, official meetings, bans, majority board discussions on social media, and updates social media meetings notice posting. So this is to reflect new law SB 707.
All right, item J, first reading of new Board Policy 9320.1.
All right, this is remote meetings and attendance. New law addresses circumstances in which the governing board is legally permitted to meet remotely, in which individuals remote board member is permitted to attend and participate in the meeting. Additionally, the bylaw includes traditional methods of remote attendance and reflects new law, SB 707, 2025.
Item K, first reading and revision to Board Policy 9322.
Okay, this is to clarify closed session items must be aligned to BB 9321, and regular meetings, non-agenda items must follow BB 9323.2. Public comment section clarifies the public's rights to address the board on any closed session. So again, I'd just like to state that we have been in alignment with some of these updates, and I feel good that we have been proactive in implementing some of the changes.
Okay, item L, first reading and revision to Board Policy 9323.
Okay, and then this one specifies who chairs in the absence of the board president, removes default adjournment times, leaving blanks for the district practice, consent calendar, common public comments, and so all of that is defined in our agenda. But this really reflects the new court decision, Berkeley People's Alliance in City of Berkeley, requiring that the board clear the meeting room during a willful disruption. If removing individuals fails, relocating the meeting is prohibited. So we just have to take a break and get the meeting settled and restart the meeting. So that concludes all of my revisions.
Perfect. Let's go to item 16, communications. A, request to address the board, or request to be completed prior to addressing the board. There will be no communications from the audience to the Board of Action section of the agenda unless request to address the board form is filled out and submitted to the secretary. There were none. And then item C, written communication. Any written communication received or distributed to the board prior to the meeting. Item 17, consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent item 17B through item 17E1?
So moved.
Second.
A motion second, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, at this moment, we're going to go to item 18, public hearings. So, item 18A, we're going to conduct a public hearing to receive input on the 2024-2027 Local Control Accountability Plan. We're now recessing to conduct a public hearing to receive input on the Local Control Accountability Plan. The plan is now 8:12. Those wishing to speak in this public hearing, please come forward. All right, well, hearing no testimony, the hearing is now closed. The time is 8:12. 18B, conduct a public hearing to receive input on the 2026-2027 Control Accountability Plans for the Palmdale Academy Charter School. We're now recessed to conduct the public hearing to receive input on the 26-27 Control Accountability Plans for the Palmdale Academy Charter School. Time is now 8:12. Okay, well, we don't see anybody come forward. Now, hearing no testimony, the hearing is now closed. It's now 8:13. I apologize if I look like I'm going a little quick, but I don't see anybody jumping to their feet. So 18C, we're going to conduct a public hearing to receive input on the proposed annual district budget for the Palmdale School District for the year ending June 30th. We're now recessing to conduct a public hearing to receive input on proposed annual district budget for the Palmdale School District for the year ending June 30, 2027. It is now 8:13. Seeing nobody rising or giving testimony, the hearing is now closed. It is 8:13. Let's go to item 18D. We're going to conduct a hearing to receive input on the Palmdale Academy Charter School material revision. We are now recessing to conduct a public hearing to receive input on the Palmdale Academy Charter School material revision. The time is now 8:14. Well, see nobody jumping to their feet to run up to give testimony.
30 seconds went by already. So.
30 The time is now 8:14 and 37 seconds. The hearing's closed. All right, let's go to item 19. Action items, Superintendent 1, Facilities M&O. A, approval of the research participation agreement with HPLE Inc. for the HPEX modular comparative study at Desert Rose Elementary School and Tamarisk Elementary School in an amount not to exceed $400,000. This agreement is effective June 10, 2026 through August 30, 2027. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion is second. Please vote. That passes 5-0. B, Educational Services. 1, approval of the fieldwork placement agreement between Palmdale School District and Point Loma Nazarene University for single, multiple subject, and special education
Fieldwork candidates, this agreement is effective August 10, 26 through August 31, 29 at no cost to the district.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, please vote. That passes 5-0. Item 2, approval of the teaching internship agreement between Palmdale School District, Point Loma Nazarene University for single, multiple subject and special educational intern teachers. This agreement is effective August 10, 26 through August 31, 29 at no cost to the district.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. So on. That passes 5-0. Item 3, approval of the student teaching and clinical practice agreement between Palmdale School District and Point Loma Nazarene University for single, multiple subject and special education student teachers. This agreement is effective August 10, 26 to August 31, 29 at no cost to the district.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That also passes 5-0. Item C, business services. 1, fiscal services. Adoption of revision to board policy and administrative regulation 3311, bids.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes 5-0. Item B, adoption of revision to board policy and administrative regulation 3311.1, uniform public construction cost accounting procedures. We have a motion.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes 5-0. Item C, adoption of revision to board policy and administrative regulation 3320, claims and actions against the district.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and that passes 5-0. Item D, adoption of revision to board policy 3516.5, emergency schedules.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and that passes 5-0. Item E, adoption of revision to board policy and administrative regulation 3580, district records.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, that passes 5-0. We'll go to item 2, child nutrition. A, approval of the memorandum of understanding extension with Los Angeles Unified School District and Palmdale School District to prepare specified meals under the school breakfast program, the National School Lunch Program, and CACFP supper program, I know, for enrolled participants. This MOU is effective September 1, 26 through August 31, 27.
So moved.
Motion and second. That passes 5-0. Item B, acceptance of request for proposal number PSD CN1 2026, awarding the contract for processed USDA foods distribution to Cisco Ventura Inc., Gold Star Foods, and KB Foods Distribution, and awarding commercial food products to Cisco Ventura Inc., Gold Star Foods, KB Food Distribution, and Clearbrook Farms for the 26-27 school year. The total value of the purchase award is $6,979,977.10. And the value of USDA food distribution is $3,087,339.20. This contract is effective July 1, 26 through June 30, 27. Funding is provided by Fund 13.
So
So,
moved.
second.
We have motion to second.
I was second.
Looking at the money figures.
Okay, thank you. Item C, acceptance of request for RFP number PSD CN2 2026 for paper and packaging products to individual food service in the amount of $527,658.68 for the 26-27 school year. This contract is effective July 1, 26 through June 30, 27. Funding is provided by Fund 13.
So, second.
We have motion and a second. That passes 5-0. 3, purchasing and warehouse. A, approval of the authorization for Palmdale School District to join Education Technology Joint Powers Authority.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. That passes
5-0. B, approval of the utilization of the interlocal purchasing system contract RFP 241102 with card integrators, DBACI Solutions for photo ID system. This contract term expires January 31, 2028.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. That passes 5-0. Item C, approval of the utilization of the interlocal purchasing system contract RFP 260105 with Nucella Inc. for technology solution products and services. This contract term expires May 31, 2031.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. That passes 5-0. Human Resources, approval of MOU between the Palmdale School District and Palmdale Elementary Teachers Association regarding language speech specialist and resource specialist program, teachers caseload and initial assessment overage. This MOU is effective June 9, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to second. That passes 5-0. 2, approval of the revision to the leadership team salary schedule for the mental health intensive case manager and occupational therapist positions.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to second, and that passes 5-0. So on this one, we're gonna, since they all fall under the same educational code, we're gonna do that in one straight vote. So we're gonna do one vote for all.
But you're gonna read everybody.
I'm gonna read everybody's name. Well, after we read everybody's name. After I read everybody's name. 19D3, approval of provisional internship permit per educational code 56365 and 53366 for Luis Abad, Alma Alvarado, Nelson Alvarado, Crystal Ayala Rubio, Victoria Barraza, Leslie Barrera, Emily Barrios, Nicole Bridges, Chad Conjco, Griselda Castellanos, Andres Castro Cisneros, Cindy Castro, Claudia Chavez, Nancy
Chidbalu.
Chedbalu, Brianna Cordova, Zachary Erstad, Luis Gonzalez Siladon, Benjamin Harvey, Erica Leplomet, Maria Cristina Ozar Rivas. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Please vote. That passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, item 23. Approval of the submission of a variable term waiver to the California Commission on Teachers' Credentials for multiple subject teacher credentials and bilingual authorization for Calvin Mullins.
Second.
We have a motion to second. That passes 5-0. 24, approval of certificated personnel, employment change of status, ratification of resignation, termination, leave of absence, request, and other.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Please vote. That passes 5-0. 25, approval of classified personnel, employment, change of status, ratification of resignation, termination, leave of absence, and other.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion to second. That passes 5-0. E, special education, student services. 1, student services, adoption or revision to board policy and administrative regulation 5125, student records.
So moved.
Second.
Oh,
That passes 5-0. B, adoption revision to board policy administrative regulation exhibit 5125.1, release of directory information.
So moved.
second.
We have a motion second, and that passes 5-0. C, adoption revision to board policy and exhibit 5145.6, parent guardian notifications.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second, and that passes 5-0. D, adoption revision to board policy 5146, married, pregnant, parenting students.
So moved.
Second.
With motion second, and that passes 5-0. 2, community schools. Approval of MOU between Los Angeles County Office of Education and the Palmdale School District for the participation in the Transformation Zones Initiative at no cost to the district.
This MOU is effective July 1, 26 through June 30th, 29.
So moved. Second.
We have motion and second, and that passes 5-0. So item 20, request to address the board. We have one by Mr. Abraham Terezawi.
He left.
He is no longer with us, so we will.
He's still there.
Okay. He's no longer in the audience.
It's the end of the school year. I apologize.
So we now have the pleasure for our CSCA president, Mr. Michael Oak. It's been a long meeting.
And I have to follow that. Good evening, President Velador, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, Superintendent Maldonado, and everyone still here in the audience. I want to congratulate Sonia Salcido on being named Central Office Leader of the Year. I worked with Mrs. Salcido a little bit over the years I've been here with Palmdale, and I've always found her to be an extremely pleasant individual, and it comes as no surprise to me to see her nominated and win this award. I want to congratulate PACS for their second graduating class, and I want that class, should any of them be listening, to realize the number doesn't matter. You graduated, now go on and do great things for this town, for this district, for yourself. I will tell you, this is the more difficult board meeting to do for me. Number one, no kids to watch perform. It's always such a treat. The smiles on their faces are always amazing, and you know, brings me back to a much simpler day and time in my life. But it's also a time when a lot of our classified employees have already left for the year. They may or may not be worrying about coming back for 26, 27 insofar as what they'll be doing, not that they're not coming back. They're not all like Mr. Anderson in the back, who are fully enveloped in what he will be doing next year to help this district. But you need to remember, there are some who are still here, finishing up this week, and there are still others who will be here all summer, making sure that our systems, our campuses are ready come the fall, well, the late summer, when our kids come back ready to learn and ready to hit the ground running. May Revised came out. We heard Lisa mention it earlier. Now, we're conditioned to expect the worst. I don't think that's ever going to change. I know I was expecting much worse news than we heard out of Sacramento, and that's wonderful. Except you have to remember that our students thrive where classified works. And we'll get into that more when we come back for the next school year. It is Pride Month, and I want to leave you with a couple of quotes. And I do appreciate that this is a district that lets our kids be who they are. It's difficult enough growing up without being told you have to be this way, you have to be that way, instead of come to school, learn, but be whomever you are. In other words, be you, do you, celebrate you. And most importantly, the bravest thing you can be is yourself. Thank you. Have a good summer. I'll see everyone soon.
Thank you, Mr. Oak. That was our PETA president, Mr. Andrew Ramirez.
Didn't know if you were going to call me or not. I had to pause. I had to stop it. I'm just kidding. Good evening, Board President Velador, Board Superintendent Dr. Maldonado, and Cabinet. No offense, but yes, it is really not as exciting without the student performances. Maybe I could recommend a cabinet performance on one of these, or maybe, someone else has some really good talents. But, yeah, right? But, no risk, you could bring Risky in, no. And just on that note, as a really quick aside, I mean, I didn't know that Mr. Lara was going to race a horse. I would have gone to Los Amigos that morning. I was helping with the food giveaway, but I really thought I should be there because, we never know what was going to happen with him trying to race a horse. So we want to make sure he was covered with everything, right? But, that was a pretty good video for those that didn't really notice. Mr. Lara went out there and decided that was a good thing to do. But the kids kind of egged them on, so. Just want to say that, great school year. We're always happy as teachers, of course, to see the end, but not always for the reasons we think. We're not because, hey, it's time to go home and, sit down, Netflix and chill and all those things. It really has a lot to do with the success that we see with students, what has happened in the classroom, what's come about in the classroom. All of those successes, all of those challenges, they come to an end at this time with, state testing, everything else that they do with the little ones, all of those little, activities and things to end the school year. But, it is great to see our students come to do something that, at the beginning of the year, they may have felt was just overwhelming. Those promotion ceremonies, for the 8th grade, and of course the PACS graduation. I love to hear the students, speeches, to hear them with their creative voices, to see which direction they take as they end high school. And, it was a good mix of speeches and words that came from those young people. It was great to hear Mr. Vargas, talk about, his craft and what it is that he does creatively and, what that does as an outlet for him. I know one day soon we'll have a Palmdale graduate, right, a PACS graduate, come back and give that commencement speech. But, for now, yes, we've had two great speakers, so, we'll see who it is we could get for the 3rd year. And I did appreciate Dr. B's words and in her speech as, it's not being second. It has nothing to do with being that next one. You don't focus on the person who was first or did this first, because otherwise we would never look to succeed them, right? We'd never look past them. So, it's very good to hear that. It was, just a little, hit a little with me just to think of, sometimes we think that because we weren't the first ones to do something, we'll never be the best ones to do something, but we know that's not true. To finish off, I just want to, for those that are taking note, or those that will, make a note mentally, for that budget, to commit money is really to reserve money. So that's a almost 10% reserve that's going to be that's put into that budget. And that 10% is meant to, do the many things that have been mentioned in the budget presentation. But if the district can reserve 10% of monies to make sure things are taken care of in the future, or to look forward, and what we, as multi-year projection really is just a shot in the dark, right? If we look at the multi-year projections from the last 4 or 5 years, we've never come to that money. It says it'd be like at 17, 16, $18 million. We've been $30 million more than that each time, at least. So, just for those making note, that 10%, okay, that's great if that's the money that we're reserving. That doesn't mean that, we're just going to reserve all the money to not be spent this year, money to not be put into classrooms, because yes, we have great programs, we have to pay for them. We have great teachers, we have to pay for them. We have classified staff that take care of those schools. And over the time Dr. Maldonado's been superintendent, I've done nothing but mention each time we go visit that how great the schools look. They've, been well taken care of. You do all we can to keep those campuses clean, to make sure that, when we go to visit, when the board's on campus, we want to make sure it looks good. And so, yes, all of that's being done, and it takes money. It takes the workers to do that work. It takes teachers to put into place all of these programs that we have. It takes those special education teachers who all year and for the last few years, I've said, have nothing but more work on their plates, right? And even recognized by the state government to put more money. The governor puts more money into special education. So, you know, we want to see that come to, that monies that's outside of the reserve come to those that, you know, do the work for the school district. So, of course, that's the focus in all negotiations is to, you know, getting that money. But just for those that are, you know, keeping track there, the district has a reserve of money. And if they have that reserve of money and they have more money outside of that, then, you know, when we come and ask or our ask is not gonna break the bank, right? And CSEA's ask, never gonna break the bank. Us trying to get fully staffed classrooms, that includes those classified staff that we need to support those students, it's not gonna break them, right? So with that, we say happy summer. Hopefully those that work a few more days than a teacher can get as much time for themselves, family, and those that are still working that are certificated staff, you know, hopefully they can get a little bit of time to rest, relax, you know, and wait for those students to come back to us in August. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. We'll now go to item 23, Ms. Smith.
Yeah, the last couple of weeks have been really busy, but there have been some super things. The Black Student Union was a wonderful, and I think anybody who was there saw how much those kids loved the school, and almost every one of them got up there and cried. They were happy, but they also were sad that they had to leave the school, and the parents that got up there talked about their kids in the school, and I think it made a real impression as to the good work that's being done there and how the students feel about it. And I think the same thing came through at the graduation when the advisors got up there. And I think it showed a wonderful pattern where those kids are with those advisors year after year and they really develop a relationship. And you could see it as they came up on stage. You could see exactly what was happening there. And I thought that was great. And Dr. B, your speech was very good. I think you gave the kids a lot of pride. And so they didn't feel second place. They felt that pride. DGM, the graduation was very, very well done and went along fine. And when the aviation, when we were over there, all the things that Dr. Campbell said were great, but I'll tell you the other part that impressed me were the parents that were there and were totally involved in what those kids were doing. And we had a lot of parents, and when Sharon and I went over to Oak Tree for the wellness that was going on there, we had a lot of parents and kids there as well. So I think we're showing that we're community-oriented, and our community is responding. And I hope everybody has a great summer and just recharge and get ready for the next year, because it'll be here before we know it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, first I want to congratulate Ms. Salcedo for being Central Office Leader of the Year. Seeing the work that she does with our equity and access for our multilingual students or program students, phenomenal. So congratulations for that. I got to attend 7 promotions and graduations. I'm a little exhausted still. Dos Caminos, Yellen, Desert Willow, Oak Tree, Sage, Shadow Hills, PAX, all phenomenal ceremonies. Thank you for what you all do. And thank you to the PAX team for what you guys do. Seeing 12th graders go off and start their life is phenomenal. I want to thank Mr. Tsai. The first thing he told me when I walked into the gym was, we have this set at 65. You're going to love it. And I did. I appreciate it. I did not almost pass out this year, so that was phenomenal. And then I just want to thank you all for what you do. This has been a phenomenal school year, so thank you all. And I just want to thank everyone that's on this dais, our cabinet. Having worked at with other school districts, other boards, this cabinet, this board is phenomenal, and Palmdale truly leads, and I see the work that you all do in supporting the entire school district, and you all are unlike any other, and so keep it up. I thank you for that. And I wish you all a wonderful summer break. For those of you who are still moving, still working this summer, please take time for yourself. We know that you're working hard to get our schools up and running for next school year, but I hope that you enjoy some sort of a break. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Ms. Vega?
I want to say a shout out to Al too, because he got all the big stuff done, and then the day I'm like, Al, there's no trash can liners in the trash can. Al, there's no trash cans in the bathroom. So thank you for listening and responding. The aviation event, we have to thank Dr. Campbell, because she thanked this whole big list of people, but she was the one that arranged it. Initially, I think Nancy and I had both thought, well, we'll go, then we'll go to Oak Tree and, you know, see what they're doing over there. They had a really good event with innovations for mental health for the parents and the kids. And when we told her we were leaving, she said, you will be back at 12:30 to give out the awards. And I'm glad we did come back. It was a really good event. And I think everybody really liked it. Anyway, have a great summer. Thank you all always for all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Vega. Ms. Zulujo?
Again, Al and his team, I was very, very, not only impressed but proud, because just looking at the children's faces when they were walking into the gym, I'm just a people watcher, so to me, that's a little bit more given than anything. A lot of the children were making comments, and they were so happy to be there. The families, the whole program was excellent. What Nancy just mentioned for the BSU is so important. Even though they're part of the school, but they needed that special treatment so that the parents can realize what they've poured into their children and how important getting that piece of paper is. Because if you show the child that this is something that you need to do, no matter where they come from, they're going to cherish that. And the other thing that I have to congratulate this whole team, because it takes a whole team to make sure, it takes a village to raise the child. Every single one of those children had a plan. And that, to me, regardless of where they were going, they had a plan. Coming out of high school and not having a plan, you know that they're not going anywhere but the streets. And we can be assured that these kids have been watered and they have a place to be. And I thank everybody here, because it takes every single person that's participating in the school to make sure that our kids are doing okay. Because if your kids are not doing okay, then the town is not doing okay. I was very excited at the Black graduation. I had 2 kids. You know, as old as I am, I still have some memory. I had a little girl that came up to him, Ms. Zulu, do you remember me? And I couldn't say her name right then and there, but I did remember her. And she, you know how you try to fake it, but I couldn't. But I told her, I said, well, it's a good thing that that seat that was specially reserved for you in my office is not being used. And she said, oh, God, she remembers. But it was good to see the kids excited about going out in life. And hopefully next year we'll have a little bit more exposure, not only taking them to places, just even Saturday visit to see a college campus outside of the AV. Not that I don't love the AV, but we need to get our kids excited about seeing the world, because it's very important. And thank you for everybody that participated. And Raul, thank you, because we're trying to support you, but you put a big step out there. We appreciate it. And Francis, thank you for finding the money. Everybody's doing excellent. And Donna, with the community school and, you know, feeding the people, that's very important to me, because I think it's something that our school is doing different than anybody else. And it feels good to go places and brag about everything that we're doing. I thank everybody here, and have a great and peaceful summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zulujo. So coming out of the construction industry, I want to really, really thank Mr. Tom Brown and that construction management team, because none of it wouldn't be possible without that. I've worked in the industry for 35 years, and I'll tell you what, we have a great team here with Mr. Alisai, but our construction management team is probably some of the best I've ever seen. You guys always meet every timeline, you hit every point, everything you do is beautiful. You hire the right general contractors, you manage the right subcontractors, make sure everything gets done. I just hope this relationship goes further, goes into the future as far as we can see, because we've seen what disasters look like. You know, DGM, when that was done, it took us years to fix that. So just want to thank you. I know you sit there and don't say a whole lot, but thank you for what HPLE does. It really matters. A whole lot was said up here today. I'm not going to go and repeat any of it. So at this time, I would just like to get a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
A motion is second. And that's 5-0. We'll see you next meeting. Have a great break, and please make memories.